upon the heart. Oh, lay down your weapons. It is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon the heart. Upon the heart. Oh, 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 I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Zarabar. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. God. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. Cloud, the moon and star, come to me through fire and war. Oh, oh, come Nerevar, come and look upon the heart. Look upon the heart. Oh, lay down your weapons. It is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon the heart. Look upon the heart. Oh, 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 I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Zarabar. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. God. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. Oh, I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Zarabar. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. God. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. Of the moon and star, come to me through fire and war. Oh, oh, come Nerevar, come and look upon the heart. Look upon the heart. Oh, lay down your weapons. It is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon the heart. Look upon the heart. Oh, 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 I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Zarabar. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. God. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. Cloud, the moon and star, come to me through fire and war. Oh, oh, come Nerevar, come and look upon the heart. Look upon the heart. Oh, lay down your weapons. It is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon the heart. Look upon the heart. Oh, 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 I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Zarabar. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. God. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. Oh, I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and
Lakas nga ng hangin, ano?
I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you,
One way to find out, right?
I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. God. I'm a god.
Hello, hello! Let's get
I'm a
the
god.
dagger for providing the intro dagger. You massive dagger. But now, I am here. I'm back, yes. Now, I'm still doing things. Just making sure we're all set. Ready to go, so to speak. Gotta pin this message. Okay. You know what to do. There you go. Okay. Just making sure everyone gets the link. Well, by everyone, I mean the Discord. Send them out on all available channels. Because I am not good at promoting myself. I actually am quite horrible at it, but I'm doing my best. But I guess my best was good enough. Okay. What else can we do? Or rather, what else should we do? Now that. Oh yeah, volume check. Volume check. Yeah, whatever. Volume check. See my volume. How well do you sound, Verb? Come on, let me hear that voice. How well do you sound? Come on, let me hear that. Alright. How well do you sound, Verb? Alright, you sound okay. Fuck off. Last thing I want to hear is to hear your voice. Okay, so I think we're all set. We're pretty much good to go. Just making sure. Yep, okay. So where did we pick off last time? Last time we were working on the starters. And the Pantheon system. Or rather, not the Pantheon, the favor system. So yeah, we're not working on the... Yes, I don't care. Don't send. Just, what the fuck? Get out of here. Working on the favor system. Slowly but surely, we're progressing forward. And actually, I am now done with Alex's quest line, and this is by far the most complicated and longest one in terms of the descriptions of the missions. And I have to do some little squishing of the assets where otherwise it's not gonna look. It's either gonna look, the font is gonna be too small, or it's gonna be occupying more than one page, which I kind of don't want to do. I want it to be one big page, so they can print this out one by one, you know, little cards, if you will. So yeah, I'll be working on Gervalix after I'm done with the current starter I'm working on. So yeah, that's how we're gonna do it. We're gonna go alternate, and I'll proofread this once we're done with the whole thing. But last time, yes, I was working on Dondania. This is the last thing that was streamed. Working on the final form of the Gaia sphere. Actually, I need to change. We got everything ready. Typing and everything and all that. Yes, there it is, the lore. Nice drawing. Male and female dimorphism is quite clear enough. Just a simple color palette and a little bit of change here with the hair on the or the thing on the back. I would call that a extra organ, if you will. A little bit of brain casing, the crest. So yeah, we change that. Then we have, and I also started with the fire starter. So yeah, we're done with the Gaia sphere. So now we're moving to the primal sphere, which is the elements themselves. So fire, earth, water, and air. Long ago. No, we're not doing the avatar thing again. So yes, we have Ignator, our fire starter. And this is not a Gaia sphere, this is a primal sphere. There you go. Oh my god, finally. Something different than ethereal. Primal. Yep, there's the ascension line. And yes! Look at that. We have dinosaur. And from a cute little hippopotamus salamander thing, which is actually a reptile, to a stegosaurus, then a mystic turtle. And is heavily armored. And this one would be interesting to draw, because I kind of like the concept of this one. Yes, Alderon Stegcolsaur. Kind of a weird thing to men, but I'll get to use Ignator. Or Ignator, or not Ignator. There you go. Yes. Oh, look at that! But. Yeah, we have an Ignator running. Oh. Woo! Running! Yeah, they can run. They're like little crocodiles. See? One even swims in the lava. In the magma, rather. In magma, like a little crocodile thing. They have a little bubble of mana shielding them. As well as their scales. They have genetically modified to be able to do such things. Yes, we'll get to proofreading that later. And yes, that is the profile of the first starter, the Ignator. Then it ascends to a Stegosaur, so here it is. It is where I would say the idea for is a bit of both. It's a bit tanky. It's kind of a jackal afraid sort of thing. It has high energy 4 because that's what it does all of the time anyway, just collect energy. It's a bit slow, on the slow side. Then it turns to a Stegosaur, which is a bit on the decently speed side. Decently. Yep. It's a tank. It has interesting passives. I will get to that, but just to give you an idea, some of them, both of them currently have the idea of building stacks, unique stacks of an effect that they have, where Ignator has these heat scales, so he has this, and there is currently no limit to it. Alright, there's no current limit to it. But the more he has, the faster he gets, and you can sacrifice those stacks so his move can be increased by 20% more damage. So it's up to you. The trade-off is there. And for Stegosaur, his stack thing makes him tougher, right? But he loses stacks whenever he gets hit. He gains 1 stack per mana paid for fire and earth type moves. So yes, this involves his allies as well. So he is a tanky sort, but he's not tanky per se, because he does start with just 7 DR, unlike with other creatures that are designated really to be tanky, where they have a very high innate DR. No, this one would rely on this, but I think it's decent enough because the other passive has nothing to do with defenses. This one involves you feeding You may feed an item to this creature. And it gets points. The more points it gains, the more explosive it becomes. Basically. Even its unique move involves around you. Whenever you use an item on it, it gets more damage per TRP item used on it. So yes, this guy is designed to be a forge that you throw items into. If you want to go here, if you want to be a defensive wall, why not? Go right here. Well, then again, these are all randomly pooled, and I am still thinking maybe I could put in a point where people can choose the passive of the creature. Maybe. But for now, no. We won't do that yet. I am also thinking of the idea of random stats. Like, for example, if you successfully bond with a ignitor, or your ignitor, you will roll a die. So 1d6. And so basically you roll a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 1d6, whatever the result. 1 corresponds to HP, whatever. So, for example, you roll a 4, so that's energy. So you roll another 1d6, and whatever the result there, divided by 2, that's the extra stat that the creature is going to get. It has nothing to do with its innate typing, whatever. It's just a bonus stat. That's it. I'm thinking of doing that as well. I think that is very interesting. It makes creature capturing more varied. Aside from you hunting for the right passive, some min-maxers out there are gonna get crazy over the fact that yeah, I kind of want to look for an ignitor that has high HP, right? Maximize the HP, and that will also make creature trading to be much more viable, right? Because it is still a part, you can party up with other players, of course. That's the idea. Tabletop or eventually the PC game, God willing. Right? You can trade up, you can party up. So yeah, at least with that, it's much more viable in terms of looking for creatures and grinding in the capture zones. Because you'll have creatures with a +3. So yeah, for the min-maxers out there. And +3 is actually big for stats like power, DR, and especially MD. Imagine getting a -3 MD for your Stickle Sword, right? That's a lot of energy economy right there. Yeah, I'm thinking of doing that as well, but for now, no. Not yet. Not yet. I might do that eventually. Because there's gotta be it's not that hard to track, to be honest, because it's just gonna be a stat when you bond with it the first time. Now, granted, it won't work with gods because they're different, right? With the pantheon creatures, so no, just with the basic ones. Yeah, we're thinking about that, and also. If you're gonna pick a starter, it's not gonna be random. At least for the starter, you get to pick which stat the roll is gonna apply. So you roll the 1d6, and you pick which stat it's gonna apply the bonus. So at least we can do that. That'll be a little bit fun. Yes, here it is, the little armored dinosaur thing, but it's not fully armored. No. Like I said, it loses armor when it gets hit. That's one of its passives. And I'm currently working on the creature profile before moving on to the final ascension form. Right? And before we do that, I think I missed something. I missed this. Immediately went to the creature profile because I am a crazy person. Forgot about that. It's Alderon who should not have that. Okay. Because Alderon no longer ascends. That is it. Okay, now I did have time before I started the stream to draw a couple of drawings for Stickle Sword. So actually, I'm in the process of finishing the last one for his creature profile, so I can start typing in the lore. So let's open them up. Let's first find the default one. I find it funny when I draw this guy because I was actually expecting this to happen, because I was already experimenting with the layers. So when you hide this, you can actually see there's a limb under it. See, look at that. Yeah, I draw the creature first without the armor pieces, then eventually just added them in as I was making the creature along. See? So yeah, you can. It's easy enough to make him completely armorless without having to redraw much of him. Now, that was some nice future planning for on my end. I future-proofed this creature quite a bit, so it explains why it was easy enough to him to draw. Right? So yes, I've told you, I'm already in the process of making this one. And this is another one. Yeah, this is one at home without its armor. The idea of the creature, where Igniter is just your basically utility tool for mining and industrial. Yeah, because that's its basic rule. I won't discuss much because we will get to the lore of the creature eventually anyway. But yeah, think of it, Igniter, as a industrial miner's dream. It can search for minerals. It can tell you there's a magma stream that behind that cave wall, so be careful. You know, stuff like that. It also acts as your flamethrower, your cooking stove, your laser drill if you wanted to, or if you had those rare breeds. Even your beacon when you're lost. So yeah, where that is its main function, at least in terms of civilization, right? I also added in its behavior outside in the wild, because of course we have to. Otherwise, that would be dumb if we don't do that. Yes, but it does have behavioral things. See, I divided its lore pages for the civilization and the wild. But at home, their main function is to act like garbage disposal units. You would throw stuff in there, you would burn them up, break them down, and consume it, convert it into mana, heat energy. Right? That's how it feeds itself. If you would throw in rocks into it, it would actually burn out the rock and filter out as waste, quote unquote, or regurgitate back the minerals, like diamonds, gold, what have you. Those valuable things get isolated. And gems. Because again, these creatures are genetically designed by the Astari to function certain things. A lot of them have use. Alright? They're not just wild animals that came to be. They're more like wild animals. It just got twisted or turned into things that can be used. And just to keep it short for the lore for Igniter, this was initially given to the dwarves by the god of industry, or Adses, as a gift to help them in their expansion and cultivation of the planet Ashen. Yeah, so that's why they're very integral into dwarven culture in this planet. Like this one. This one is at a home, at a dwarven home. It acts like their pet and also their personal garbage unit. And also, if somehow some of the rocks that they feed it happens to contain a little gem or ruby perhaps, or a little bit of gold, well, that would be very helpful. But of course, it's still a creature, and it's your starter. It's the second form of your starter, okay? So we are drawing one in combat. So let's get right to it. So yeah, okay. We're drawing this. This part right here always makes me want to see how about I'm gonna do it. And look at that. This is what I mean and how future-proof this design is, at least for this angle, right? If I'm gonna draw him ever in this angle, I just took off all the armor pieces. If you're gonna go here, look, there's a lot of hidden things because I just turned them off. Basically, I just turned off the assets, but I can just turn them back on if I need them to. See? Look at that. But all the armor pieces are here. I just removed it. See? Because I drew this first with the creature in mind, and then just put in the armor pieces. So yes, it used basalt. Mana enhanced basalt to make it withstand assaults. See what I did there? See what I did there? Do you see? Do you see? Okay, let's do that. There you go. Nice, nice. Okay. Do that. Very good. Now let's give ourselves some nice orange. Okay, then a little bit of black, not totally black. And black as night, black as gold. Paint it black. Oh, copyright's a bitch. I know. But it's fine if I just sing a little, right? Just a little. It's not too much. Nice. Look at that. People say I should get a stylus, and they are correct. I should get a stylus. Eventually, I will get one. So free, yeah, the last one is hidden there, so we don't see it. Let's turn this around so I can put it here. There you go, very nice. Alright, now this one is here, but we're gonna put it behind. There you go. There you go, alright. At least you can see the rim. Look at that! Oh my god, yes! I am so proud of my design. Look at this fat fuck. It's like, I am ready to go, bitch! Maybe a fat stegosaur, but he's ready to go. He's armored up. Alright, so let's save this entire segment as the body segment. We're gonna go with the armor pieces. What do they look like again? So yeah, basically like that. Like, yeah, I'm gonna put all that effort to make that little square, and this is gonna be covered by the armor piece. The things we do for art. Yeah, because the armor pieces are quite big, actually. See? It's definitely gonna cover that. But you know what? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm okay with covering up if it needs to, because that's how you get consistent. That's how you get good angles, baby. Yeah, okay. Copy that. Oops, sorry, the line is weird. I just saw how it is. That's... It should be like this, right? Yeah, it should be like that. Paint it black. There you go. Now that is a whole lot better. that's a whole lot better. Now let's grab this. Put it here. There you go. Move it like that. Put it here. Is it too small? I think it is too small because you know, see how big the head is compared to the plate. Yeah, we need to increase that. It's not thicker, it's there you go. Now we just need to make a little progression. There you go. Nice. The last one should be at least over here. And it should be behind the body. Not that behind. What? No. There you go. Okay, now that's fine. I think same with that armor piece. This one needs to be behind the fat chungoid body too. So let's move it, move it, move it. Well, that was dumb. I picked the wrong piece. You know what? It's fine, it's fine. It's part of the Lego building. We'll just have to be smart about it. You, over there. Go back up here, grab you. Move you here. So you'll be that new piece right there. Okay, now since we need to lessen the size because it is going farther and farther. So it needs to be smaller, just a smidge. Just a smidge, like that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Now I need to do the same for the other side. Welcome through to the other side. Welcome through to the other side. Okay. Like that. Copy paste. That. Shrink that down a bit. Just a smidge. Should be around here. Oh, okay. Need to shorten the boy. He's too tall. Okay, grab that and put it behind the body. There you go. Reduce its size. Okay, and one more, last one. Okay, put you behind and reduce your size. Yeah, nice. Reduce your size a bit. Look at that. Aha! Look at that. Look at our chungoid. Look at our angry chungoid right here. I'm looking at the leg. I think... Yeah, because the body does not taper down. I think I'm wrong with the orientation of the spikes. Yeah, the body does not taper down, it goes up. Yeah, it continues to go up. So it should not look like that. Instead, it should look like this. Yeah, it does not taper down, it just keeps on going up. It's just a little farther, that's it. Yeah, because look, it... Yeah, alright. So next up is the tail. Now the tail is a tail. And it is quite the tail. The fuck? Undo! So let's draw it here so I can see it first. It's not really a tail, more of an exhaust. See, it's not that long, nor big, nor deadly. It's just a little exhaust port. Okay, sorry, just replying on paper on Discord that I cannot show online on stream. Sure. Okay. Sorry. Getting confused. Alright, I'm getting distracted. Alright. And make the tail. Like that. And the tail is simple. It is not that complicated. Again, it's designed to be more of an exhaust rather than an offensive thing. But he still has it. Painted black. Stegosaurus is not my favorite dinosaur, but it's among those that I find really interesting in terms of its evolutionary adaptation. Because a lot of dinosaurs, we rarely have any equivalent to animals that exist today with those similar adaptations when it comes to their armor, right? The way they fight. Of course, we do have the rams that do the Pachycephalosaurus thing of ramming each other in the face, right? But I've never seen an animal that... There are animals that swings its tail. Don't get me wrong. There are animals that still do this tail swinging, but I'm referring more on the armored look, where it has spikes here, then a club tail, like literally, like that. But I do not recall any animal that looks like that anymore. Even for a Triceratops idea of design, because there are chameleons that do have the Triceratops look, but it's mainly used as decorative, I think. They don't really, you know, it's not really when they're doing it to stab each other, right? Now, I think we're done with the body, with the actual creature itself. Let me just double check, see if I missed anything. Nope. Changoid is ready to go, so here he is, Changoiding. That's gonna be tricky because I might just end up making flame effects here because I have this. But we shall see. Quite the complicated piece you're turning out to be, sir. Okay, I need flames. That. Close that, move it down here. There you go. A little orange. Yeah, I know it's an exhaust, but look at that. That is more than just an exhaust, sir. I know. But he's in a fight. It's gonna exhaust more. People don't attack him from the back. It's a display of dominance, if you will. Look at my flames, bitch. I'm more powerful than you could ever imagine. Painted. Painted black. Okay. I'm getting good at this, I think. Okay, now next up is we're gonna make flames over here. It just gouts out the flames, right? It's easy on this side. It's easy on this side, but here we have to make it eject here, and it has to overlap with this. So yeah, it's a bit tricky on this side. But let's go ahead and do the easy side first. So let's do a separate layer on that. Let's do it like this. Yeah, you go, like flaming wing. Yeah, you're right. I should have done that. But I'm crazy. Let's not do that. Okay. Let's do that. Thank you. It's making me think it kind of does not look like it's coming from this side. Alright, so we have to do this. That. Put a little white, yellow there. So overlap it a bit like that. So you do it like that. See, okay, so at least it gets the idea that it's coming from that side. Yeah, a little bit of orange. Yeah, so at least it gives you that impression, right? Like it's jetting from that side. Here too we need to do this here, so this is gonna be completely covered. I kind of want to make the flames transparent as well, but no, if I do that, all the flames will be transparent, so no. So with that, let's go ahead and get to here. This is which side? Okay, so it overlaps there. So no, goes here. This is where there you go. Ooh, that's not flame-like. Here you go. Get that orange. It's kind of hard to see, actually. Yeah, because that's what's gonna happen. No! Fuck! See, it's gonna overlap with each other. So I was thinking I can make it transparent like this, but yeah, at least like that, right? I do that. Let's see how it looks like on the other side too. It's not that bad. Actually, I think this could work. Yeah, at least you can tell there's another flame there. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Now that's done. We need one more last one. It's gonna be the jet of flame that is coming out of this. Actually, no, I have another idea of that. Little Azula flame. There you go, then we get to the yellow. Nice. Bless you all. And let's make it really like that. So, and no, just have it cut. It's fine. No. Whenever I do those paint fills and it takes a little longer, I know it's gonna do something weird like that. Yes, yes. And with that, I need to pee. I'll be right back. Give me some moments. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So I'm thinking, should I add like a ground thing? But maybe it's gonna make the drawing a bit too cluttered. But you know what? It's fine. Let's make it a desert biome. Yeah, let's make it a desert. So what is the color of sand? Like desert sand. Desert sand color. So it's a bit like this. Okay. Bit lighter. Okay, there you go. Got it. Got it. Sheesh. Okay. Use that bastard and put it behind. There you go. Nice. Alright, let's get the shadowing. My most favorite part. No, seriously, it is one of my favorite parts in these drawings now. Because they put so much, they give so much depth in detail to the drawings. It shows a little bit of 3D effect as it gives you the perspective or idea how things are gonna look like, or how things look like. Bleeding Lord, can you please stop it with these weird connections? Yes, I know I did that. That was my fault. Okay, so... Now for the big boy. It's really tricky because he has a flaming part. It's actually part of the drawing. See, look at that. Which is most annoying because it's going to cause problems. Yeah, what's going to happen is if I put a shadow here for this, it's going to go over the fire. So what we can do is to make 2 layers of shadows. One, actually, fuck. Yeah, we need to make several layers. One for the head, and the rest is for the body. So we're gonna go under the flames, so that doesn't cause problems. So let's go ahead and take care of the one for the body first. Eyes are like that, so no, no, yeah, yarp. Yarp! Not like that, you bitch. Yeah, if I do that, it's gonna look ugly. If I get it too high, it's gonna eat everything. Which is most annoying. I'll just have to do some touch-ups. I don't know. You look odd. Here, right? Like that. Yeah, just like that. That's what I mean. So if the head is shaped like that, expect shadow over here. There you go. Looks too clean. Okay, yeah, that's better. It should be this low. Should ride it like that, right? Yeah, something like that. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so we're gonna make another one for lay body, which is over here, so it can be under the flames. There you go. Okay, so yeah, I think that's good. Let's now go and do this. So chungoid pieces will be here. Sorry, shadows are getting. There you go. Where the flames be flaming. And this one should be like this. Because there's fire over there. A little bit there. That is dumb. Did that because it's this side is unsealed. There you go. I need one more here. No, it should not go over. Okay. Right. And over here. Nice. Alright. Now that is good. I just saw that. Maybe I can fix that. Let's do it like this. Because yeah, it's bathing in the flames. That's why it's visible. This one too can have a shadow like this. Yeah, because of it being worn like a glove. Like that. Like this. Yep, that works. This part will have a little bit, not totally. Despite the flame's light, it's hidden a bit. This will have a little bit here. I think because it is a light source, so there will be more shadows on angles, to be honest. Because it is casting a light. You know, the faint one of that. Okay. And flames do cast shadows as well. Oops, too much. Take that. Too much. Now, right? Fire, fire. Stick cold sore on fire. But we're gonna have particular belly over here. Nice. Yeah, that one is on. That one is on fire. That one is on fire. That one is on fire. It's basically on fire. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a background. Oh yeah, we need to put some effects on the ground. It look like it's in the sands. This thing here. Looks uggo. Looks massively uggo, that one. I do not like it. Let's do it like that. It's kind of hard to put shadows here because then, well, never mind. It is casting fire. You're correct. Yeah, there should be shadows here for the plates because it is directly being ignited or lit upon by flame wall on its back. So let's do that. flame wall over there. Make it a little bit not, there you go. Too jagged. Reduce the jaggedness. Yeah, because the flame wall is casting shadows on the plates. Actually, if that is indeed the case, this should be. Ooh, can have that. That little overlap there is not good. Okay. What else? I think should the flames cast like shadows, like here? Right? No, looks dumb. You can do this, however. Yeah, that can work. Definitely can work. Put one over there too. Barely visible, but it's there. Let's put a couple here. Nice. What else can we do here for Mr. Chungoid? Desert sky. Let's see what a desert sky. Just blue with some clouds. Just grab a blue. There you go. We now have a sky. Place that. Put it behind and lower it down a bit. There you go. We now have a sky. Still, I need to put in some detail here to indicate that it's actually stepping on sand. Right. Oh yeah, there will be dust. There will be dust blowing about. Alright, you not. Okay, so dust time. Dust would be in front of everyone. Of course. That. Don't like that. Change it like this instead. You silly, silly sods. Silly, silly, it says. Hardly. Maybe something else will pass me on that. There you go. Right, then grab the sand color and make it. Yeah, that's it. That's this dust color that we have chosen. Dust. Let's put that there. There you go, sand dust. See, it blows back. The sheer power of its eruption. Now the Stegosaur in action. Okay, with that. Give me a moment, I'll be right back. I need a fan because it is quite hot. My neck hurts. Okay, fan is complete. Well, not really. I guess I just... Okay. That is our Stegosaur in action. Nice! That. PNG that bastard. Very good. Okay, so let's get the word doc up. Get ourselves a pasting. Action poses. So we have a Stegosaur at home and a Stegosaur in combat. I don't know where the at home is. Oh, there it is. Being annoying. Get out of here. Get off. So, look at that. We have both the domestic version and the wild version. Sorry, give me a moment. Just thinking a bit here about the mouth opening. No. It does not make sense if the in combat Stegosaur that's basically projecting flame is having the mouth open like this, because this is a mouth feed me open, right? It's actually can be as big as this. I can make it like that, but this is him in basically fighting, so there's no point in having the mouth open like that unless it just wants to get debris inside and expose more internal softy organs. So yeah. Looks like it's massive here, right? With the armor pieces, but it's just yay big. Just yay big. Sexual dimorphism? There is none. There is none. Or the Stegosaur. They do not need it. They do not want it. I don't need it. I don't want it. Let's stabilize. I saw you go down, you bastard. Fix position. So do you. Be fixed. Alright, that one's fixed. Table. Move you here. Put you over here. Oh fuck! You know what? Let's just make it like this. And so as we type, it will expand when it needs it to. Expand! Alright. Now, why would an ignitor naturally in the wild ascend to this armored behemoth, this chungoid of basal armor, right? Because sometimes just absorbing mana is not enough. Oh, fuck off. Guess it's just how far it can go. Disappointingly so. Just checking. Nope. Alright, we're good. We are good. Alright. I kinda actually like the action, this one. This one is warming up. The pun was totally intentionally unintentional. Yeah, this one is kind of warming up on me, to me. Yeah, looking at it at a certain distance, like that. Yeah, this one is interesting to look at. Ooh. So, what are we gonna open at? We're gonna open at the let's open up with this statement. Here. Let's talk about this. result of a ignitor undergoing suffering or being subjected to an igniter being subjected to great environmental pressures. That is totally meant. Oh my god, I just want that thing to move in the game, and the word was like, no! Oh, he moved it! Everyone go down! This is primarily by increasing Okay, I kind of want to change it. The idea, because initially the idea was too much predation, too much competition will force it to ascend into this more armored version, right? It's more defensive version. That's the natural pressure. And actually it does make sense that that is indeed the case. Because why would it not be, right? Because an igniter is largely sedentary, doesn't move, so it's quite vulnerable to being attacked all the time. Its pattern of behavior is quite predictable for predators to keep track, right? So yes, it's for igniters. Having a largely sedentary lifestyle are also very vulnerable vulnerable vulnerable. That's vulnerable. Vulnerable to predation and massive changes in the environment. In its biome. Though not all, though it is not an easy ascension as biologists have discovered. discovered. Yeah, this is what I do when I'm thinking. I just do this, move up and down, just thinking. I usually just open YouTube and just open a random page, or go to YouTube recommended, just look at it as I think. Or sometimes I would just stand up and just pace my room. But since we're streaming this, I can't really do that. You know? So for now, that is what we're doing. Has discovered Yes, cat? Sorry, my cat is doing cat things. Give it a moment. Has discovered the creature needs a specific level of the internal heat to trigger a change. If it is successful, they are very vulnerable to predation and massive changes in biome. In its biomes, though it's not in these essential amounts, nor needs specific level of internal heat to trigger a change. Measured at how hot is a forge? How hot can a forge get? The exact temperature depends on the type of forge. Okay. General forging, forge welding, industrial foundries. We're gonna go with this. 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's at least. If it's successful, yeah, we're fine with that. The newly formed if it's successful, it becomes a more mobile, active, and armored creature. Stegosaur. There we go. these creatures are solitary. And must have a sufficient supply of either into the material needed. These creatures roam for great distances across deserts, mountains, and underground. Solely reliant on consuming, absorbing ambient matter and heat energy. They are now also capable of consuming any material they ingest. Whether biological or not, though that creature prefers solid chunks of rock or which it breaks down, which it breaks down and convert into closely. For they are known to pieces of what researchers call I don't know, biomechanics, geomechanical, enhancements. Creating leg pieces, armor pieces for its legs, or all for its legs. Of its legs. Spike plates that act as both protection, that acts as both protection and coverings for their exhaust pores. There you go. Slowly getting there. Even making a tail attachment, even enhancing. Oh yeah, let's do that. Also, a tail attachment acts like a additional exhaust for excess heat and a defensive measure to protect its rear. Males, actually there is dimorphism. Males typically have larger and longer tail. What do you call tagomizer? I think it's what it's called. Let me just double check. What do you call the spiky bit of a Stegosaurus's tail? Yeah, I think it's tagomizer. I know, right? It's a fucking cool ass name. Yeah, there you go, tagomizer. It's called tagomizer. This is the term was originally a scientific name from the side comic by Gary Larson, where a caveman lecturer jokingly said the spikes were named after the late Fag Simmons. Paleontologists liked the term so much it became widely used in scientific discussion. So yeah, let's go about that then. I won't call it fagomizer. Let's call it something in lore. More longer. And even used to hit other males during breeding season. These tail which have been dubbed okay, fagomizer. No, nothing similar to that word, please. That is a bit too much. You won't go with the F slur, okay? Chill, okay, chill. Have been comedically dubbed Saltimizer. No, wait. The salter. Base salter. And is that how you spell assault? There you go. Many dwarven families, for much like even in this form, the creature has not lost its deep connection to the dwarven dwarven kind. Many homes. Keep at least one as a family pet. Functioning. Oh. Functioning as both a pet and a disposal unit as the creature will consume anything thrown into its gaping jaw, which is capable of dislocating to accommodate larger intake. There you go. Yeah, forgot about a little detail, which actually is shown over there. This here. Now allocated, accommodate, accommodate. There you go. To accommodate a larger intake. Another benefit some breeds are even capable of just consuming waste, invaluable alloys, materials like rock and sand, but regurgitate more valuable minerals like gemstones and, well, diamond is a gemstone, and gold. Okay, time to reduce the font. Font reduction time, so you're gonna be 11. Okay. What else we got here? We're going up. Come on. Going up. Okay. Should be 11. 11! Okay. Oh, fuck off. they are also okay, I need to add more things here. Capable of holding and emitting and regulating holding, emitting and regulate greater temperatures, which is why some are used as I don't know why I insist on doing these weird things sometimes. I cannot even get it back up. See, it has so much space, but I don't know why Word insists that it's time to move down. See, it has so much space still left. I do not know why it insists that it has to go down now. You should not. It's fine. You don't need to go down, Word. Look at all the space you're not using. Look at how many space. Like 3 more lines of sentences that I can use and can be kept here, but you insist on going down. Why? Why is that a reason for you to go down here, Word? Why? And so many odd things Word does that infuriates me. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get why it really forces or it loves going down like that. See, the picture is not even too close. It's a bit far. I don't think it's the picture. I think it's just this thing. Having an issue with this thing. So what happens if I move it down? It's gonna stay? No, it's not. So I have to make this thing stay, and I don't want to reduce the font even more, right? What I can do is this. Grab this, reduce this one's font to 11, then grab this section, since technically it's still a part of that description, and put it here, right? That way, at least I'll have more space to work here. There you go. Now I have lost my train of thought. The train of thought is gone, disappeared, vanished in the ether. Alright. Let us continue. Oh, that was bad spelling right there. Now, what am I going to do? Sometimes as personal forges or as for industrial settings. Multiple herds upon herds of individuals ranging from 5 to even to 100. Are used with the buster field for operation having reported. Oh, tangina naman ako. Word. It exists to annoy, fill me with such rage. I can't even move it up. See, you can't move it up. It has a mind of its own. So I can't even drag it down. Oh my god, why is Word doing this to me? Ah, fuck. Again, why does it insist that this is not enough space for it? See? Why does it... It's even... Look at that. Look at this. Is it hitting some sort of word or a word limit? Right? Look how much space this thing is not using. What is that? See, look at how much space this thing isn't using. If I continue typing, it's just gonna go down, which is odd. It should... If I do this, right, it's gonna be weird. It just insists to have rules on its own. That does not make sense. I would understand if it's too far down, but it's not. It's not even close to being too far down. Is it conflicting with the picture? Is it because of the picture? That's why it's doing that? If I move the picture here. No, what the fuck? Is it because of this? Is it because it's too near? There's gotta be some sort of an explanation to this odd behavior. So at least I can understand next time I have this problem. I don't even know what's causing it. It does not make sense to me why this thing would insist on going down. I mean, there's... all it needs to do, right? The fuck? See, all it needs to do is just go down even more. That's it. I can't even say it reached its limit. You see, look at that. This one is thicker, right? That one is thicker compared to this, and it's already insisting that it goes down. There's no reason for it to go down. There's a lot of space here. It's just odd to me. It does not make sense. Is that it? Is that what's causing it? The borders? Because I don't need it. I don't need borders, man. Yeah, what do you want me to do? It's gonna look ugly because I'm gonna put another one here. Or I'm just gonna go ahead and break the format and just don't do this shit anymore. Just go ahead and type here. Which again is gonna break the format and it's just gonna make it look ugly, inconsistent, which I don't want. I just need to know what's the cause why it's doing that. Why it's thinking this. See, I try to increase it. Look at that. It's refusing. It's thinking there's something blocking it over here. What if I remove the picture? What if I remove the picture? Is it gonna continue? No, it still insists. So it's thinking there's something here that's causing that, right? There's something here that it thinks it's blocking it, but there's nothing here but blank pages. In fact, the timeline is already fucked up. I'm not even bothering fixing the timeline graph for it, because this, I don't know. Right? So it is quite the odd one. See, if I keep on doing that, that's it. It's stuck there forever. But it's still allowing more letters up. It's just, this is the main thing that's confusing me. Why is it doing that? And how can I stop it? What do you call this? We'll have to Google this one. Table keeps moving to another page even though there is more space on the current page. It's on another page when I type this is on MS Word. How to stop it? How to stop that from happening? Table rows, okay. Click anywhere on the table, okay. Table tools. I don't see any table tools here other than delete. Layout proper. There's no properties here. Table properties, yeah, okay. Okay, what did it say? Row tab. Yeah, it says here. It's already that. What if we do that? Let's see what happens. Oh shit. Oh, I think this is better. Oh, fuck off. No, it's not better, it's worse. Now I can't see remove it. Okay. Yeah, see, allow roll to break across. Oh, turn that off. Nope, it's still doing it. Oh my god, this is fucking annoying piece of shit. Stupid shit. Nope, still doing it. I don't know. Something is making it think that it's reached the end here. Yeah, something is making it think it's reached the end, even though it's not. What I can do is something like this, but it's kind of gonna conflict with the picture. The format is not good. See, all I need is for it to reach until here. Why is it hard for? Why is it not letting me do that? Check manual page break. Control Shift. Let me just Control S this first before I do anything stupid. Control Shift. Okay. So these are page breaks. What do I want to do here? Are these page breaks? That. Control Shift 8. Let's see if that will fix that. Nope, still does it. Okay, Control Shift 8. There's a couple here, so let's see about these fucking things. Let's see about removing all of this. Alright. Shift 8. Nope, it's still doing it. Ay, ay, ay. Table properties. Alright, let's try this then. Let's try. Not. Oh fuck. Yeah, if I do that, it makes that weird. Center. Word width. Allowed break. Did I put it back in? I guess I did. Column. Text cell. Preferred width. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get why it's you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to copy all this. Right? I am going to delete this stupid thing. The table. I'm going to make a new one. Said I'm gonna make a new one. Not why is it moving? Why do you insist on doing so many esoteric weird things? Okay, we're gonna do that. We're gonna move you like this, right? Right? Fuck off, word. Do it like that. Expand you. Oh my god. Frustrating as it's the same. It's the same. Another way I can go about this is just this. That. And that. That's another way to fix this stupid thing. Because it really is taxing my patience. I have very little patience for stupid shit like Word using some esoteric, I don't know what's going on knowledge against me. yeah, this is the best thing I can do. And it's annoying. But at least it doesn't do the weird thing. But let's see. See? I don't get it. I don't get why it's a problem on the other side. Why is it a problem here but not a problem here? I don't know, man. Reported. Toolhouse. Herbs. Each with 50 individuals. That's 5 million. Okay. In the wild, this mastery of thermal control. Wait a minute. Let me just take a look here somewhere. Yeah, because look at this. I was able to do it with Igniter, no problem. Right? But then again, I did that with a different word, not whatever the setting for this word is, because this is a different word format, right? This word has different settings to the one I'm using, right? Again, the other word, when I scrolled up, it doesn't do this. It turns them into a neat landscape line over here, so it doesn't look weird like that. This one does this, so I don't know what the settings for that. Why it could be that. This word has some weird settings with it, which annoys me to say the least. So I'll have to keep that in mind next time. If such a need presents itself, whether for defense or displays dominance. Air jets, air emanations, air flame projections, and not venture anywhere near those locations unless they are looking sift through the looking to chance upon a random gem, valuable mineral waste, mineral left by the sickle swords. Live in that area. Live there. There you go. Okay, so look it up. The fuck happened? Huh? The fuck? Don't save. The fuck happened there? You saw that? Don't tell me everything I just typed just invalidated because Word has another TISM attack. Fucking Word, I swear to God, sometimes it's an exercise in patience. How far have I been set back? At least. At least it's not that far. Oh my god, I don't know what happened there. It just turned into one page. It deleted everything. I swear to God, sometimes Word is an amazingly annoying piece of whatever this is. Which, we're gonna repeat that. Travelers, consider as a sign not to venture in anywhere close unless they are those who want to try their luck in maybe finding a rare mineral. These creatures leave as waste. Okay. Even though I don't like the formatting, at least we're done. Why is it doing that? I don't know. I just don't know. There you go. Fuck off. Okay. Wow. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab myself a nice little toilet break because, Word, you have vexed me. I'll be right back. Give me a few. Yes, that. Mm-hmm. $50 individuals in the vid. Oh my god, really? Individuals. Really? Having trouble spelling that? What is wrong with you? What is bloody wrong with you? Hey, hello Denisium. Welcome, welcome. Hello. Yeah, I just in time. I just finished up the second form for Ignator, Speckled Sword. Just you avoided my frustration in dealing with words weird formatting formulae. But yeah, I got through. I got Second Sword done. Now I'm moving to Alderon. The last one of the line. So yeah. There you go. Just a quick snippet of the evolution line, how they look like. Or rather the ascension line. TM. So yeah, I'm done with the Gaia sphere. So the Fae, the Swarmer, and the Verdant type already has their starters completed. So we're moving to the Primal sphere. And I started off with the Fire type. So yep, Alderon will be the next one in the line. So let's go ahead and get that done. Yeah, I gotta say, I really like this drawing. This drawing is starting to warm up to me. At first I was like, I kind of don't like the shadowing of the face. But you know what? The more I look at it, I kind of like it. It has a certain intense feel to it, even though it has those very heavy, droopy eyes. Looks like he's angry. He's ready to go. Okay, so let's get Alderon. Hey, if you ever are still curious with the rules, I can send you the rules for the player characters if you want to check them out too. Or are you done with the creature rules at least? He looks like he's yawning. I know, right? It's because of the heavy droopy eyes. It's kind of like my fault because I gave him those heavy droopy eyes. The idea is that he's a bit arrogant, you know? But but you know what? I stuck with it. I think the lighting will help in making him look angry. So I'm gonna send you the player rules. Give me a bit. Alright. So this is the playable character. And yes, forgive me for... I will say this again. Same thing with the... what do you call that? The creature rule book. It's not not yet proofread. So there will be tisms, alright? There will be some tisms. Okay, where is that? This is you. Alright. So let me just pull this up. Let me save that. Save as PDF file. There you go. Yep. moment. There you go. It has been saved. Close that. And now I'm going to pull up Discord so I can send it to you, brother. Give them a look. There you go. Alright. Sent. Peruse at your leisure and criticize as much as you can. But yeah, so far, what's your impression with the creature rule? So, aside from the speed, because I remember you having an issue with the speed stat, which I kind of agree that it's quite confusing, but I'll still have to see how it's performed. But I might do some adjustments with it. But aside from the speed rule, anything else? 36 pages? Yeah, I know. I know. It's quite a hefty boy. Actually, just to give you an idea, the Pantheon doc, this one, I can't share this via Discord anymore. The Pantheon doc, no. I cannot share this via Discord anymore. It's too big, this one. The Pantheon doc is too big. Look at it. 32,000 KB, 32,000 kilobytes. The starters doc is already well on the way there. 9,500 kilobytes. Let's see how many words the Pantheon doc has. The Pantheon doc has 27,938 words. So yeah. The only way I can share the Pantheon doc, if I ever do want to, is via a OneDrive. That's the only way I can share it. Because Discord will no longer allow it. It's too big for Discord. So this one, it's only 2,000 kilobytes. And how many words does this thing has? This thing has... Show me the words! Show me the word count! Come on, word count. God damn it, it's not showing me the word count, the bastard. There you go. It has 11,000 words. Roughly half of the Pantheon doc. So this is Alderon. What do you call that? The Forge Master starter. Yeah, okay. We have the Forge Master. It is the Master of Le Forge. And yes, it is a Ether type. Told you, the type differentials are quite big. Quite different. So we start from a fire type, fire earth, then a fire ether type. It's, as you can see from the drawing, where the armor plates are kind of attached to the body. Now, it has evolved or ascended to a point where it controls it. It's entirely coated in it, and it's magically or psychically controlling the armor plates. It's been a while since I read them, but how do you choose glyphs? And oh, okay. So you get glyphs. Think of them as mission rewards. Mission rewards, loot. That's how you get glyphs. So think of them as rare candies for Pokemon. Yeah, that's one way to go about it. Yeah, they're like rare candies for Pokemon. So yeah, you would get them as loot drops or mission rewards. And you don't get to choose. All glyphs function the same. There's no particular type of glyph for now, but all of them function the same. So they are upgrades for whatever stat and move you want. So there's no specific glyph. If we are going to go and make specific types of glyphs, just whenever the DM allows them. Kinda, yeah. If that is, yeah, because it's it's a mission reward. I would also put in scenarios, right, with specific reward sets, but then again, those are suggestive. If the DM doesn't want to follow through the guidelines or make their own. So yeah, it is basically it's kind of like experience points. I am gonna make experience point tables as well. Like my initial idea for the experience is the level of the enemy that was fought, plus the biome, plus the tier. So for example, if you beat a creature level 5 on a tier 1 map, that's gonna be times 5, and you're gonna get 50 XP after that fight, or something like that. I think currently that's the way I'm computing for XP, but I still need to know the XP value of the character, because there's no different XP value for the characters. It's gonna be the same for everyone. So I'm thinking how quickly a player would grow up in terms of leveling, because creatures, as you can see, they grow at a flat 10% per level. So for example, with Ignator here, he starts with 100 XP to level up to level 2, then 10%, level 2 is going to be 110, then 121, so forth and so on. So that's how I'm going to do it for creature levels. So I'm still thinking, is player levels going to be as fast as a base creature, or is it going to be in the middle? Like, if your Ignator levels up or level 1 gets 100 XP needed for level 2, a player should maybe be 500 or 400. I'm still thinking about that. I'm not yet sure. So yeah, if you want more glyphs, you need to... But then again, not all of it is... well, kinda... there are perks, actually, if I recall correctly. There are perks that gives you glyphs every time you do certain things, right? So it's kind of, yes, it depends on the DM, but if you have a certain perk that would automatically give you glyphs, yeah, there will be. Because I do remember putting something like that. And you should be able to see the perk list. Actually, that is the reason why that doc is so long, Denisium. It's because of the perks. The perk list. We're gonna go to level. It's the perk list, basically, that's inflating the word count on that doc. So yeah, you would be able to see some of the current perks. Of course, this will increase the more I go about making assets. And once I get to proofreading this. Because this entire perk list, was made before a lot of the rules were set in. So the rules for the map was not yet made. The rules for the biomes was not yet made. The rules for how expedition is going to play out. The rules for the god abilities and all that. So before all those were made, I made this doc. This is like I think the third document rule I made after the creature. So I made the introduction, the creature rules, then this. So yeah, a lot of these will be changed or added, or we'll get more, but we shall see. Okay, so basalt plates. Now, enhance. Now contain. Magically enhance to also contain a ore of magma. Use for channeling magic, channeling arcane power, and also for heat tokens for consumption. There you go. Okay. Oh, come on. Nice. Alright. Enhanced. Insert. Oh, come on. I think blue. No. Either way, doesn't really matter. These plates. Plates float around and controlled via the creature's arcane focus alone. There's arcane focus. Okay, there you go. Creature is rarely seen outside its protective shell. Its limbs are now nothing but stumps. There you go. Replaced by 4 arcane basalt enhanced. Arcane enhanced basalt legs. Shape. What the fuck? No! No! What the fuck? Word! Stop being weird! Or rather, that was my fault. I think I pressed something different. Alright, there you go. Now let's grab Mr. Size comparison. Does he have gaping drowsiness? He should have it, because he does have the sleepy eyes. There you go, he has it. Alright. Okay, Mr. Size comparison man, or Sullen. Now, Adenisium, you'll find out why there's this weird guy over here, and I'm not using humans, because I'm not good at drawing humans. I never drawn a human before, actually. So that's why we're using a Sullen, and you'll find out what a Sullen is. Yes, this creature is quite the big one. Okay, but I do need to type 5 feet. Ah, fuck off. Can I put 5 feet here? Okay, so we don't have space. Well, I guess it's understood that this guy's 5 feet. You've been reading this thing, You know what? No. No. Okay, I have another idea. Give me a moment. Mr. Sullen over here can stand here. Put in the 5 feet here. 5 feet. Yeah, there you go. That's how big he is. And to avoid confusion, let's... What? No! There you go. Thank you. Alright. That's how big the creature is. Yes, it is a big boy. Okay, nice. Nah, you think it's gonna be a dinosaur? No. It's gonna be a spell casting. I don't know what is the equivalent of that in the D&D classes. Or it's kind of a... Well, it is a geomancer, I guess. A geomancer that just uses rock and magma as its armor pieces and means of attack. But it's also capable of some psychic emanations. So I think we're fine with that. Alderon. Reptilia Primus. The sphere is primal, and why does it still say Gaia on Stekelsaur? That is wrong. It is not a Gaia sphere creature. It is a primal. Primal sphere. Yep, there you go. Yes, the double check. Make sure Ignator is indeed a primal. Yep, there you go. Okay, now let's change that typing to Ether. Turn that into a violet. After what is in a starry second paragraph puts you in a frame of being a police goons. I just think having it be heavily controlled. I just think having it be that is heavily controlled us enough. Wait, let me go back to that, to the dock. Where? Here? Second paragraph, right? After what is in the starry second paragraph? This one? This is the link rune, right? So what other duties, though your other duties cannot be ignored, you have great power over agencies and lives of those you serve, or it's not. It's up to you. I would see if it's, think of yourself like a Spectre from Mass Effect. Wait, oh, not this one? Which one? After what is in a starry? Oh, after this one, right? Second paragraph. This one? There are those. Oh my god, there are one higher. Yeah, this one. There are those who do this for sport, hobby, even just for protection. Ah, okay, we need to clarify this. There are those There are those who do this. Protection, however, these are called these are called animancers. However, you are regular animancer. These are regular. You don't need to call. However, you are the Astari, and our task by the high seats of the regions to act as a protector and guardians of the world. Basically, world police. We can remove this, yeah. Like the guardians of the world, your task when. Oh, this is a bit redundant. Your current mission, however. Yeah, this is a bit redundant. Your current mission is to investigate. I told you this is how messy it is. It's all. This is very, very much before. Is to investigate the polls and collect data regarding the mana gates. Find the ancient way to unlock the gates. Okay. What you go about it is up to you. Oh, it's already here. Though your other duties cannot be ignored, you get already to serve. So it's all up to you. Maybe anti-hero characters wanted to be an Astari. This. Yeah, that's it. That is correct, basically. Because there is a crime mechanic in the game, if we're gonna go to the favor system, just to give you an idea, or actually, let's go to the world document. Save that. Let's go to the world document. There is a crime rule that I have set forth in the game. So basically, if you want to fuck around and find out, you can technically coerce merchants. You can steal their stuff. You can sneak. Yeah, you can sneak through fortified locations. You can, well, not that much, but basically most of the crimes are revolving around items where you can steal merchants. You can assault a merchant. Just basically, instead of buying their shit, you can just go ahead and fight them, steal their stuff. So yeah, there's a crime system too. So the thing is, since you are an Astari, you are a officially badged agent of the Empire, of the Auric Confederation, you can do it, but the moment you enter civilization, you will be caught, or you will be asked to pay a fine or a fee, and you can still attempt. See, here are the things you can do with a merchant. You need to pass checks, of course. You can either still try to convince, you can try to run away from the authorities, you just need to pass the checks, right? But the more crimes you do, the more greater the penalties will eventually be imposed on you if you get caught, right? The fees will be higher, and if you get high enough crime, you'll eventually be not allowed to enter that city anymore until you pay the fine, right? The justice system will not put you in jail, but the local magistrate or the local mayors, the local governments will say, no, we don't want to deal with you. Fuck off. Unless you pay the fine, of course. But yeah, if you want the crime, and actually there is a god that would support you with the crime rates, or if you want to play an actual asshole character, there is a god that will support you with that. That is Farfnix, of course, the god of sin. if we're gonna go to his favor, where is Farfnix? Yeah, there you go, Farfnix. God, I recognize it through the symbol. Nice. So yeah, here, whenever you do he would grant you this sort of boom by rank 5. Whenever you do a successful deception, coercion, assault, thievery, or escape, you accumulate 500 points of apostatic ecstasy, which you can convert to party-wide experience. Basically, he rewards you for being an asshole, right? And his perk, once you get to level 8, and once he becomes your partner, once you bond with him, is that you can commit an act of crime, basically deception, coercion, assault, thievery, without rolling the required check to pass. So basically, you get one free crime every run, or before every run, because it refreshes after you do an expedition. So yeah, you can do that, but you will still reap the consequences of that crime. But it's free. If you really want to get that tier 4 item from that merchant, go ahead and use this, and you can get that free item. I'll let you take it. Just make sure you don't get caught, or you manage to convince authorities that you didn't actually do the crime. Which is kind of hard. I purposely made it hard, where the check is higher, the more valuable the item stolen. Hopefully that's enough to not totally... Because I play Baldur's Gate free, and doing crime in that game is so easy. It kinda is something that I always do on my playthroughs, because it helps, right? It helps out a lot. And I kinda don't want that to be in this game, but I don't want to remove the possibility of people just wanting to be assholes. Sure, I'll let you, but you gotta play through the system of the game. If you can do it, why not? More power to you. And I will even make perks that will help you out with that, kind of like with Parfix Miasma. But if you want to play a farm boy that just happened to find a Pokemon, you can do that. Because that's the thing. It depends on the campaign. Currently, in Expeditions mode, you have to be an Astari because that is part of the mission, right? But once we get to the open world segment, yes, you can be anyone. You don't need to be an Astari. You can be anyone you want. But currently, with my focus, you have to be an Astari for that, right? However, here's the funny thing. The moment that you made me think about that, I think it is also possible that you can. However, it's gonna be tricky because you will not have the special gear an Astari has. Astari would have a special gear like the link runes, like the emergency gates, right? It is something that they would get because it's quite expensive. So if you're gonna start as a non-Astari, I think there should be both a benefit and a non-benefit for that, which would make me do other. Or a quick fix for that is that you are starting as an Animancer anyway, right? You just wanted to be an Animancer, so go right ahead. You work hard to earn the money to buy your first link rune and your first emergency gate and your triage. Why not? We can do it as simple as that, actually. Right? We can do it like that. Or we can have a thief character where your background is you actually stole those items for an Animancer. We can do something like that too for a non-Astari start. Actually, Denizia, you are making the gears in my head turn to the point that I kind of want to write down rules for a character who does not want to start as a government agent. Dude, you are making me think. It is possible. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Technically, I can accommodate that, right? Because anyone can buy a link rune. Anyone can buy an emergency gate. It just so happens to be provided to you free by your office when you're chosen to be an Astari. your character starts as a novice Astari chosen by a patron, right? Because when you start the game, part of the things I'm gonna ask you when you start the game is that you will choose one of the 17 hierarchs as your patron. I don't want to be a government agent for sure. You know what? I will accommodate that in this game. Here's my promise to you. I promise you this. After I'm done working on the favor system, because I am alternating between writing the favor story, the storylines for the favor system, and the the starters. So I'm alternating. After I'm done writing all the storylines for the gods for their favor missions, I'm gonna work on rules for characters who do not want to play as a government agent, as an Astari. I promise you that I'll do it. I'll do it because it is quite fascinating. Actually, I do kind of find it fun if we're gonna do that, right? Why not? There is absolutely no reason for me not to do it in the lore. And funnily enough, not you will encounter most of the NPCs you will fight that are animancers in the game are gonna be just regular people who are either treasure hunters who just wanted to explore, or criminals, whatever, right? Why not? Let's do it. There's no reason. I'm gonna do it. So after this, I'm currently working on, after working on the fire starter line, I'm gonna go ahead and write Gareth Alex's favor missions. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9 more. After that, I'll work on that. Why not? Let's do it. Yay, let's go. Sure. I don't see any reason. It perfectly fits in the lore. You'll be fighting people who are just regular animancers, right? When you go to the proving grounds, it's not all animancers or not all Astari you'll fight there. In fact, I even have ideas where you'll meet characters that are fighter pilots, characters that are just priests, researchers, but they all have creatures on their own, right? Even a detective character I wrote for some of the lore docs is just a regular animancer who just happens to have a worry fet. And here's the funny thing: he does not have a link rune. He has a link, a mana link to his creature, but he does not have a link rune. He does not have an emergency gate. He does not have a magical triage rune, but he does have a worry fet, right? So yeah, the lore allows it. So let's go. I will do that. But first, I need to find the symbol for the ether type. Okay, Pokemon rule. No, not this. Wrong. And yes, I do have a dreams folder. It's kind of double meaning because it also contains... let's just say I'm a very vivid dreamer. I control my dreams. When I dream of something, I have control over what's happening to it. I know I'm dreaming. So sometimes I would just dream storylines, just inspirations for stories. Like, oh shit, I just dreamt of a world that's like this, with a main character that's like this. Shit, better write that down. So yeah, that's basically a folder filled with things I just dreamt up with. And that's where I place the Ashen rules, because technically I just one day woke, you know what, let's do it. That's how this thing started. It's just one day, it's like, you know what, I kind of want to make a game based on creature collection set in this fantasy or this sci-fi fantasy setting I made. And here it is. I almost never had dreams again. There are people like that. Yeah. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it's because I have an overactive imagination, because ever since I was young, my mind goes places. One of the things I liked to do when I was young is whenever me and the brother would see a story, like a show or whatever, we would just make up characters. We would just make up fan fiction about the story continues, about putting in an original character we made. So yeah, maybe that helped with my subconscious. I don't know. It's not a speed, it's not a power, it's... I'm gonna give it... No. Its primary will be the move. Okay, so let's see. What would be a good passive for a creature who uses basalt to coat itself into an armor where its total dependency to that particular aspect of its life has caused its limbs to atrophy, and it's only able to commute or what do you call that? Interact with the world is through the basalt armor pieces that it's conjuring. Like for example, if it needs an arm, it's going to change the configuration for this ball here into an arm, just manipulate it like that, or just use its etheric energy, its telekinetic energy to move the item, or the rock, or whatever. Again, its legs are just telepathically controlled legs. Its actual legs are here. They're just... Imagine a Ferrotoy's arm, but it's totally stubby. Like, at least a Stegosaur, even though its stubby limbs are stubby, it's still operational. This is no longer... It's done. Gone. It can't even use it. If it encounters a point where there's a null area or like 0 mana, it's gonna collapse into a heap of a slug-like creature. It's basically gonna be like a snake crawling on its belly, trying to get away from the null area, or trying to find any source of mana so it can rebuild its armor and control it again. So yeah, this is the level of mana dependency we're talking about here with some of the creatures. They cannot literally survive without the substance, and it's slowly running out. Okay. Yeah. Dreams. I need to sleep. The dwarf feature is only for a round. Also very OP to duplicate. Yeah, I think I put a limit to the item you can duplicate. I think it's only one. I mean, a specific level. Let me just open the dock again. Give me a few moments. If I did not specify which tier, because then when I do these item duplication rules in the later entries, I put in a specific rule where it's only this tier. Let's check dwarves. Oh yeah, you're right. This is a bit broken. No. Let's change this to... It's two things. It's either I limit it to a tier, or I think this is better. A result of... Yes, in combat. Or once per combat, actually. Once per combat. Let's change it to once per combat, so it's no longer the round. So let's change it to the entire fight, so you can only do it once, like an emergency thing. You still do the roll, and you would get the copy. Now, I'm also thinking, maybe, for balancing purposes, I can also increase the difficulty of the roll depending on the item tier, like 15 plus X. Plus X, right? Plus X. The X is equals to the item tier. So, for example, if you're gonna do... Yeah, I'm gonna lower it then, if that's the case. Item tier. So, if it's a tier 5 item, you need a 20. At least... Yeah, I'm gonna make it like that, and it will be... Let's do it 12. Let's make it 12. So if you're gonna duplicate... Higher risk, yeah. So let's do that. So if you're gonna duplicate a tier 1 item, you need a 13 up, right? If you're gonna duplicate a tier 2 item, you need 14 up. 15 up, tier 3, tier 4, 16 up, tier 5, it's gonna be a 18 up. I think that's fair enough, and it's only once per combat. Now, I also made another item duplication perk, but this time it's revolving around the god of industry, Horadses. This one, I think the way I balanced it is here. I can make this. You can spend 500 currencies and roll a 2d20, subtract your ingenuity to the total roll. If the final result is 20 or lower, negative values count, choose a tier 1 item in your inventory and copy it. I think this is fine, right? You lose 500 currency, you would still do the roll, and it's based on your stat. If you don't have high ingenuity, it's not a good idea to do it. And you can only do it at a tier 1 item, which is basic healing stuff, basic defense items, basic mana stuff. So yeah, I think this is fine. How often do you get stat points? You're asking for the Lobos. It depends on the mission reward, but usually when you level up, you get 1 point. Now, I'm also thinking 1 point may be a bit too restrictive for now. I'm thinking maybe up it to 2, but for now it's 1 point per level up. Or if you want to use other perks or mission rewards and items, because you also get items that give you specific points, right? But if you want to use for the tentacling, for the Lobos, yeah, 1 per level up, and if you get items that you consume to get a certain stat point, that's also possible. Yes, because I will also put in consumables that does the same. It gives you stat points. And a lot of them will be from the gods or special loot drops from boss fights. Because I think considering the tiers of the stat checks required when you progress higher and higher to higher tiers, I think it's gonna be painful. Because one of your stat will be so left behind, it's gonna be useless if you encounter a stat for that biome requiring that. So I'm gonna try to make it fair to have at least ways other than leveling up to get stat points, not just stat boost. Because stat boost you cannot use for the Lobos, for the Tentacling, and the Changelings for their pool. So stat boost, or stat points. That gives you stat points. So yeah. Yeah, I see you're interested with the Lobos, huh? Hopefully the character types, the sapient species you can play are interesting enough. Hopefully, I try to make them as interesting as possible, even the generic fantasy ones, the dwarves, the humans, and the elves. I try to, but the only way I can know about it is with other people comment on them. So let's see, as for the passive... Ah, yes. No, what would be a good name for that? Ah, there you go. A ferric forge. Okay, so let's see about here. A ferric forge should be... yeah, let's be safe. Keep it at that. Wait, does it go bold if I... Yeah, no, that's not it. Okay, it's not bold. Okay. Okay, so if you have a ferric forge, this creature gets +1, no, sorry, +1 more move slot. So that's already a good thing. Move slot. And no, 1 more move slot, so it's not... Oh, how often is the bonding DC for off bricks? Ah, yeah, let me go back there. Did I not clarify it? Okay. Mythical dominance. When bonding with a creature, reduce the required dice by 1. When it's just 1, so it's basically 1. during that combat encounter. Let me just clarify. When bonding, when doing, so let's change this. When initiating a basically it's once per attempt. Actually, yeah, I think we're fine. It's once per attempt, so it's like a permanent buff whenever you do an attempt, so it's flat. They bond with creatures easier because they're dragons and their nature is to dominate. So I think that's fine. Yeah, I think it's fine. Because the rules for bonding with creatures is quite interesting. And it's a math. It's involved a lot of dice. Just to give you a crash course, the way you bond creatures in the game is that the dice roll is based on the HP of the creature you're trying to bond with. So the higher the creature's HP, the more dice you have to throw. So all those dice need to succeed for you to get the bond. But the lower the HP goes, the lower the dice you need to throw. So once you get it to like 10% HP below, you get to throw only 1 dice. And if you're an Oprix with mythical dominance, you just immediately get the creature. Right? That's it. If you're bring it down to 20%, you need to throw 2 dice. But if you're an Oprix, you just need to throw 1. So if you really want to collect creatures, yeah. I'm also thinking about that bonus for him, for the Oprix because the reason why I put that bonus for combat is that you'll get to a point in the game you don't really search for creatures anymore, right? So at least with that, the passive does not run out of use. It doesn't expire out, or it doesn't become totally useless. So that's why there's that bonus for every start of combat. So I think it's fine. 10% is not that big, I think. But I was black-pilled or got used to making god stats, so now that I'm making creature stats that are not that high and not that explosive with their numbers, I think 10% is a decent number. Alright. So let me grab the rule so we can get a specific wording on that, because that would be in the combat rule. Okay. So let us see. Encounter catch scenario. Alright. So the rules are... Alright. So the rules are, very well then. First, determine the HP and levels. 100% max HP means you roll 5 d20s for every 20% less max HP. Okay? So 5. 100%, 5, 80 is 4, 60 is 3, 40 is 2, 20 is 20 is 1. So, and there's also the level gap rule. So this will help you out too. Next is the level gap. If your creature is like a level 31 and the enemy is 21, you're gonna reduce the needed roll, which is default, by 11 to 6. So the default is 11 for you to succeed the roll. But if your creature is higher, you deduct a point for the needed roll per 2 levels over the enemy. So in this case, you're over by 10. So that's minus 5. So the roll went down from 11 to 6. So that's it. So this would also incentivize or help players who have very high level creatures who just want to just spam catch. So you don't need to actually go ahead and reduce the damage or kill the creature or attack it. At least your levels would do some lifting as well, because there will come to a point, this has been a problem when I play Pokemon. or games that require you to capture, right? If you need to lower their HPs, there will come to a point that you're so over-leveled, you one-shot everything. So, at least with the level gap rule, it would save you the trouble of going around the one-shotting thing, unless you have moves that specifically doesn't kill, which I will put in there. There are moves that does that, right? So imagine if you're an Obstrix with this rule, you only need to throw 4 dice, and you need a success of 6, right? However, here's the funny thing. Here is the thing that I am since we're at this topic, I am debating myself regarding the god bonding rule. Because when you bond with a god, it's different. It's harder, actually. Where, default, you would require 5 dice, max HP. For gods, it's double. So you need 10. You need to roll 10. But of course, the lower their HP, the lower the dice you would need. So they would get down to 8 by 80 HP, 80%. They'll introduce by 2 every 20%. However, another thing, right? Level gap rules still apply, of course. So if you fought the god on level 60 and yours is level 80, the level gap rule will still apply. But the needed roll instead of 11, if I recall correctly, is 16. So it's higher. Yes, because again, you're wrestling with the will of a fucking divine being. It's not an animal that you're trying to bond with by luring it with delicious, delicious mana. This is an actual sentient being that has its own temperament and is willingly trying to say, no, fuck you, I'm testing you. So if it's at 20%, you roll a d20 and 11 or higher. If they... Yep, exactly. That's it. So if they're at 20%, d20, same level, or lower level. If you're lower level and they're higher, there's no penalty for it. That's too much for you. So no penalty if they're higher level than you. But it will be the same. It would be, 1d20, 11 or higher. Because, come on. You already fought a creature that's already higher level than you and you brought it down to 20% HP. That's already an achievement, bruh. I'm not going to penalize you for that. I'm not going to penalize you for that. You already did that. The hard part is fighting the creature, getting it down to its low HP. That's high level. Why not? Have fun. Go ahead. Yeah, for gods, that's it. That's the ruling. So, by 20%, you still need to throw 2 dice. Right? And if you're an Obstrix, you're lucky because you get reduced 1. So you only throw 1 dice if you're an Obstrix. So yeah, Obstrixes are very, very devout. They're very devout. It is in the rule. They are very devout to the gods. And they can choose 2 gods, by the way, if you're an Obstrix. You can choose to have 2 gods in your favor. I think I explained this before. You can either get 2 draconic gods or 1 draconic, 1 Astari god. If you're an Obstrix. If you're a Sullen, you can do 2 Astari gods or 1 Astari and 1 draconic. For the rest, they can only have 1. Actually, since elves technically in the lore do not follow the pantheon of the Astari, they worship the immortal Illuminate, which is another deity. They have their own religion. I'm also debating that if elves should not start with a patron god, but since some of them do worship Yaldesh, considering what she did to save the elves back in the Great Schism, that's the reason why I'm allowing the elves, for now, to choose a patron god. But technically, they do have their own religion, but they're worshipping a different deity, which is not in the setting currently. So yeah, but for now, they are allowed to choose. Okay, this... Yeah, oh my god, Denizia, you gave me another idea, you bastard! Here's another idea, if you don't start... Here's another character background. If you don't start as an Astari, if you start as a priest, or as a holy man, you get to choose one extra god for your patron. Ah! Oh my god, yes! Yes. And if you're a thief, you get some extra items, right? You get to choose a type of item that you stole before you start the adventure. Ah! See, my brain is already rolling with the ideas of non-Astari starts. Astari start with the patron hierarch and the 3 essential items and 3,000 currencies, and the other backgrounds will have very different starts depending on their lore. Yes! Oh my god, the brain is turning. The gears are turning. I can't wait to get to making those. I can't wait to get to making those, but I can't overwhelm myself because I am only one man. I'm only one man with one brain and 2 hands and only a finite amount of time. So we'll finish off with what I said we need to finish off first, then I'll get to work on that. But yes, it is a fascinating idea. I like it. I like it. It adds more world building, more flavor to the world, actually. I'm go for that. Yeah, and oh dude, you might even get to play as... No. Chill. We'll think about that once we get there. Because I'm also thinking maybe you can also play as the other factions. Start as a member of the Velvet Glove. Or start as a member of the Robe Fishers. Or start as a member of the Weeping Mothers. The Weeping Hunters, rather. But then you'll be locked to a specific devotion to a god. I'm thinking. The brain is churning. Alright, let's go back to Alderon. If a dude gets a second god, he isn't a priest, but a heretic, in my opinion. A priest is specialized, but a QA. Yeah. Would be cool. Yeah, I know, right? Dude, yes. There is a thing called dead gods in this game. Yes, you can also... I'm also thinking about rolling, if you want to roll as an atheist, right? Or a heretic. That is also a background we can go. Yes. Basically, you said, fuck the Astari Pantheon. Fuck them. They're the reason why the world is shit right now. I would not devote any time to them. I hate them. I hate them all, right? Because technically, yes, there will be people who would see the Astari Pantheon as basically the catalyst for all the shit, which is technically they are. They are the reason why everything's gone to shit, technically. Yeah, sure, the Immortal Illuminate disappeared and the Void Form invasion happened, but a lot of the major events after that was caused by Lucerius, which is an Astari god, not just any Astari god, the Prince, the son of the Emperor. And they just went along and fighting each other. The Goddess of Death just went along just wiping out civilization because of unspecified reasons. So yeah, there would be people who would see the Astari Pantheon as evil. Actually, I think you've read it. I don't know if you already read that part, but there is a faction of the Sullen that sees mana as a universal pollutant, and it should be removed from the universe. They don't use it. They just let other people use it because, yeah, sure, we are still loyal to the Astari, which is well, that's the one thing, and the Sullen are very grateful to the uplifting they got from the Astari. The main debate is, was it engineered into them? Because, again, the Astari are master genetic engineers. And it could be possible they genetically engineered the Sullen when they uplifted them to be over-loyal, regardless of whatever they think of. That is a possibility. I will not clarify that. It is up to you. But yes, there are a group of Sullen that don't like the concept of mana. They see that now as a universal pollutant, and they would rather have it be gone from the world, from the universe even. That's why when you start as Sullen, you don't have mana. You don't have arcane stats because Sullen by default do not use mana. they are barred from use. Not really barred, but they are not allowed to use it when they were serving the Astari during the ancient times, and they just carried over to the present day. But they are capable. Some individuals can channel it. That's why your character is able to accumulate points and put it in your arcane stat, because technically they can. They just chose not to. I love it. I love that idea. That is a good idea. Non-Astari backgrounds. Rikisha gets one more move slot, and during its turns, you can. I'm thinking it pulls a move from its move pool and into its active move slots. That is something, but sure, it can be useful. Or it copies a move from the enemy, which, no, not really, but it's a forge. It's a forge! Okay, I need to grab a drink. I'll be right back. I will be drinking. I'll be right back. Give me but a moment. Okay, I'm back. The stat explanation should be 100% before the races. Yeah, not good formatting, I know. Sorry about that. Yeah, I told you, that thing is horribly... it's not proofread. So yeah, the formatting is all over the place on that. So yeah, I'll fix it. I'll fix it, don't worry. I'll move it up. I think the idea is, at the time when I was writing it, was like, let's make the races. Then I came up with the stats. Then as I was typing each race, I was like, what are the stats gonna be like? Then I just added it later when I finally came up with what the stats would do. That's the reason why it's like that. it's making it up as I go, right? Just what's the word? But of course, I did reread it, and adjusted it when I think it's too much. But in terms of proofreading, the formatting, the sentence structure, no, barely done anything of that. But the best thing I did is make sure the rules are at least set, okay, understandable what they do, what they mean, right? But other than that, yeah, everything else is fucked. Now, And oh yeah, okay, so if it's a forge and during its turns it can choose to skip a move, skip to not do a move, and for the next round you get to duplicate. No, you get a temporary one for the next. You don't get a move. Okay, let's clarify that carefully. Just not to do move. You can choose not. Okay, during its turn, this creature cannot use any move or a move if you did so. Choose a item, a consumable item. Consumable. It doesn't have to be consumable. It has to be consumable. Consumable item. Okay, consumable item or activatable effect. Okay, consume. Is it too much? No. Yeah, it's too much. So just consumable item then. Consumable. Let me think. Is it a consumable item or a move? Because if it's gonna start duplicating items, I kind of want it to be a creature that actually can do that, or it has the look of it. You know, like an artifice type. But this one is more of a manipulating environment, turning into armor sort of thing. It is a forge master, yes, but it revolves around mineral components. Minerals, gemstones, gold, oil, you know, stuff like that. Stuff that comes from the earth. It doesn't... Has to be moved? Because if I have it copy healing items, copy passives? No, it's too much. If it copies passives, it's not really into the theme of it, right? So what would be a good thing this thing would create regarding item duplication is the base thing that I can go for, but I kind of don't want it to go there. I could have it copy moves or create a move. Yeah, that could be something where it copies an item, right? A consumable. It's gonna be too powerful, that's the thing. Because if it copies a high tier item, like a consumable that, like a golden thread, sure, it's gonna be a 10 cost mana move, but it's just broken beyond belief. I kinda don't want that. Well, I have to limit the tier then at least. A tier 3 below consumable item. If I want to do something like that. And its mana cost will be depending on the tier. Like tier 3 would cost 6. Tier 4 would tier 2 would cost 4, something. And it's gonna copy the item. And it's gonna be its new move. That's its name, yeah. At least you know it's I think it's an Esper? Yeah, I think it's an Esper. They do have weird names. They do love their apostrophes. That and the Sullen too love their weird names. Chichniak is what they call Ashen. Actually, that's the original name of the world of the planet in the Sullen. That's in the Sullen language. It just became Ashen when the Astari terraformed it and chose it as their colony, or rather, when Yaldesh and Primodus chose it as their colony. Yeah, let's go with an item. Choose a item in your inventory. Choose a tier 3 or below item in your inventory. Yeah, I will get to a point where some of the creatures' passives will be kind of like the same one another, which is fine. As long as they're in flavor of what the creature does, right? I'm fine with that. Tier 3 below item in your inventory. Okay. In your inventory. Or how about I limit it to an item that was already used? No, that would be too much. If I copy... No. That's too much. There'll be a different creature that does that. Yeah. But this one, it would be an item in your inventory. But no, I need to have this passive be also usable if you're fighting against it in the wild. Right? That's another thing I'm trying to do with these passives. At least have some of them be usable if you're fighting against them too in the wild. But technically, the extra move slot is already something you can use in the wild. This is just more specific, but this is the main crux of the passive. So if you just have this in the wild, it's just useless. Well, it's an extra move, I guess, but not as useful as having a actual functioning passive that it can use, right, in the wild. In your inventory, or no. Or here. Or an opponent already used. Yeah, there you go. Already used. This passive becomes copies that move, that item effect, this passive becomes a activatable ability that copies that item. Yeah, it becomes that. So once you choose it, that is it for the round. So that way you don't switch. Yeah, that's another way to balance it. So it's not something that you can switch. Once you've chosen that item, that's going to be its production line for the rest of the game. For the rest of the round, at least. I mean, combat. So yeah, that's good. That is good, Brain. Thank you. You get an activatable ability that copies that effect item with a mana cost with X mana cost. X mana cost. Okay, one word. X equals to X equals to tier item tier. Yeah, because there are tier 5 items. That's the highest for now. For now, it's the highest item tier, and those are considered legendary. Those are the things the patrons would give you. Right? Those are the things that you can that are legendary drops. That are something you would get through special missions, or think of them as the unique items, but not really, because some of them are consumables, like the golden thread. That's something, or the prana seeds, something that Yaldesh and Lunanef gives you. X equals item here. Times 2. Multiplied by 2. Multiplied by 2. Okay. Yes. That's good. Here's another caveat. Okay. If the item chosen, I think there's another. It's too powerful, okay? It's too powerful to have this ability. If the item chosen is in your inventory, that item is lost. There you go. Okay. So that, I think, is balanced. Okay? That is balanced. It's an item dupe that is balanced. It's not too broken. It is fine. Because of the many considerations. Okay, you get a free heal, a free defense boost, a free mana replenishment item every turn moving forward, okay? So what would be the next? This is more of a... This is a very, very, what do you call that? Versatile passive. It could be an offensive passive. It could be a defensive passive. So this one is interesting to me. How we're gonna go about that. Now, what is the next passive for Alderaan? So we got the Forge thing. It is aetheric, so it plays along both its types and its Forge Master designation now, right? So that would be the next passive, because the third one is easy. It's just a generic passive. I don't really need to think hard about that. Right? This one is a more the flavor ones, the one that's gonna make players, ooh, I want this. Ooh, I like this one. Right? I kind of want to have it revolve around the armor now, because that's one of its main features, is the armor. So let's give it, I don't want to call it magma armor, it's too generic for me. Because look at this, the way I named Steg Colosaur's passive, okay? It's a bit play on words, like basalt. It's a basalt armor, right? So basalt, and he has starts with 10 stacks of basalt plates. Each plate given plus 2 DR. He loses 2 stacks per hit taken, and the creature gains 1 plus stack per every mana paid for fire and earth type moves. So, he regains them, you break it down, he rebuilds it. Corruption is basically you feed him an item, right? And eventually he gets so much items he blows up and deals damage to everyone. And that's how he is. So I kind of want to play around that as well, where the gimmick is another ability that gives them stacks, right? So we're gonna do that. So I just need to think of a name. Okay, famous. I need you to come up with a name. Famous magicians. Famous magical related craftsmen. Aye. And women. No judge. Okay, what do we got here? Hephaestus, no. Too common. Wayland the Smith, master craftsman who forged legendary weapons from what mythology? Goibnu. Ilmare. Oh my god, that sounds so elven. Magical Samhu in Kalevala. Svar, creator of weapons. Sindri, yeah, I know Sindri in Brock. Celebrimbor, ooh, Lord of the Rings. Eowl, Feanor, Eitri, Torbjorn. Well, technically, they do live in volcanoes, so Vulcan can be something and I can use. Vulcan. Volcanic armor. Volcanic shell. Volcanus. Other words for armor. Come on, give me something here. Give me something. Inspire me. Protection gear, equipment, plate, no. Mail, harness, no. Yeah, war gear, no. Aegis, could be. Bulwark. Volcanic bulwark. Vulcanian bulwark. Bulwark of Vulcania. Raiment. Oh, volcanic raiment. Vestment. That's another good one. Bastion is another good one. Volcanic bastion. Oh, that sounds nice. Okay, I might use that. Yeah, okay, let's go with volcanic bastion. Volcanic bastion. Okay. Volcanic bastion. This creature I want it to be something different. This is just boost stats, just like the other ones. That would be in flavor, in theme, right? You have the flavor passive and you have the, I don't know, lore passive. Because yeah, Ignator has this passive that you can consume it to boost his damage, right, and also ups his speed, while Steg Cold Sora keeps it tough, and it easily is regained every time you use a move. Why don't we do a combination of both for Alderon, right? And again, I kind of don't want it to be like that because it would remove the uniqueness of the other two passives if they just merge them into one with the final form. Again, I don't want, as much as I try to avoid to, right? I try to avoid as much as I can for the ascensions to not be basically improvements of the creature, right? There's a reason for you to want to still keep a Steg Cold Sore with the way it plays, right? If this matches your combo, your synergy, right, with the way you want to do around your team. So if I just do that same, It's just basically a better version of the passive to the first two forms. It's gonna invalidate the other two. So I don't want to do that, right? I want it to be different. Differente. So what if it does not start? Yeah, it has no ability to repair the armor in combat. So it starts with a massive stack of armor that gives it temporary HP, right? Instead of flat DR or flat, yeah, something like that. So, for example, it starts with not the stacks but temporary HP. It's kind of like Horadses, right? He starts with, well, instead of Horadses where it's based on his max HP, like half, for him, I can make it where it's like, he starts with, let's say, I don't know, it's too much. Imagine level 1, it already has 200 max HP, temporary HP, it's too much. It's too much if I do it like that. Well, it has to be based on something that scales as the creature grows up, right? So I think it has to be with the level. So what if we're gonna do with we're gonna stick with the idea of getting temporary HP. Let's see. So it gets temporary HP at the start of the round, right? Start of the round based on its level. Let's say 1 times 5. So 2 times 5 is 10, 3 times 5 is 15, so forth and so on. I think that's fine. So by level 50, you get 100 extra temporary HP at the start of the round. I think that's fine. It's not too big, right? Again, we're not talking about the god here. Horadses is the god of industry. That's why he gets a very, very powerful passive ability. That's why I need to scale down a bit when it comes to thinking about passives for the ordinary creatures, because come on, they're not gods. Come on, you can field like 3 or 4, yeah, at least 3 or 4 Alderons, before you can field Horadses, okay? Horadses requires 50 MD a mana draw. Or how many arcane stats is that? 50. 50 arcane before you can wield them, while Alderon requires 15. So yeah, let's go with that. If we're gonna stick with that, it has to. Then why is it volcanic then? You got the bastion part, sure, but where's the volcanic? Right? How's it gonna play around the fire? So there are a couple of things. Since it uses the magma stored inside its plates for channeling magic and also feeding itself, I could make it where its fire type moves, fire and ether type moves, deal more damage the more temporary HP it has. Or what I can do is you can consume, just like Horadses, you can consume the temporary HP to boost that move to the amount that you sacrificed. Right? Then if that's the case, there has to be a way for the creature to get back the lost temporary HP. The other starter that generates temporary HP is Ferrotoys, and the way it does it is simple. Whenever a creature attacks using a Verdant or a Fey-type move, 20% of that damage is converted into 20 temporary HP, I think, for everyone. Let's double check. Because I do recall it typing it for everyone, but if it's not, we'll have to change it then. Ferrotoys, where are you? Ferrotoys deals damage to Verdant-type moves. Your creatures gain 20% of damage dealt with temp HP. So everyone gets temporary HP. So basically it creates a wall of binds for everyone, right? And he gets more energy. Burden triggering again. This is basic stuff. So yeah. So if that's the case, I can technically do that, where whenever you deal damage with your fire and your ether type moves, it replenishes or he gains temporary shielding, temporary HP basically. He is the only one who gains it, and it has to be him who does the damage. or does it have to be everyone else? I think it has to be everyone else. So if that's the case, 20% damage dealt, gain his temporary HP, and he can sacrifice his temporary HP to power up both his ether type and its fire type moves. Okay, then that's going to be a bit broken, because if it's a flat amount you can add, so if you have gained like 40 temporary HP from a move, right? So, or you somehow are able to keep like 40, you're going to do a flat 40 more damage to your next attack. Okay, so that's a big. So, we need to put a limit. So how much is the limit? I think 100 is a sufficient number, because, again, this is temporary HP. This is the first thing that comes off if you get attacked. So it's not something you can keep, really, right? So you have to do other things or other ways to keep that temporary HP up. So that's where the teamwork comes in. You can have a creature that absorbs damage for you, so your Alderon doesn't get hit while it builds up the temporary HP. So power up that move it's going to use, right? You can use a move called Guardian, which some creatures do have, and it just turns the target switching to that. Or there's a passive or that does that. There's an item that actually protects your creatures, or there's an item that gives your creatures temporary HP. So yeah, I think that would be best if we do it like that. And there you go. So that is the second passive, Volcanic Bastion. It has been born, it has been made. This creature gains, okay, at the start of combat, this sorry, just thinking. Okay. At the time it starts combat, this creature gains temp HP. 5 plus X. So many X's. X temp HP. Okay. Do that. X is based on its current level multiplied by 5. There you go. Okay. Some Magic. Yeah, this is my experience in playing a lot of games like Magic the Gathering. The making up of rules for moves and abilities. The wording. I was once considered an annoying player to play Magic the Gathering with, because I tend to be a rule lawyer. I tend to find every little bit of a excuse to do a certain interaction. What's the word? Loophole. Yeah, there you go. I like finding loopholes in the rules of the game, where I would make some broken-ass combo and just make everyone's life miserable. Or people would come to me and it's like, hey, Jam. Hey, can you read this? Oh, wait, what do you think we can do here? Can you be an arbiter of what's going on here? I think this guy is cheating. Okay, what's going on? Yeah. Being a rule lawyer actually does help sometimes. People don't like you that much. I mean, people will like you to a degree. But most of the time they're playing against a rule lawyer, you're going to be having a very, very fun time. They're going to find every fucking loophole just to get a certain interaction done. This thing going to multiply by 5. Okay. I should, get out of here. I should italicize these. There you go. Since they're extra bits. Explanation. It's current level, that's 5. Okay. Then times 5. Oh, I forgot. Okay. This creature can use this temp HP. It's can use temp HP to add more damage to its fire and or should be end fire end to its fire end, yeah, fire and or I think it's clear enough, but you know what, let's do it, because if it's fire end it kind of means it has to be both, right? Yeah, fire and or ether type. So if I do that, I need to go back and change some of the wordings as well, which is what can I do? I think it's understandable that it means not both, but either or, right? Or ether type moves by the amount of temp HP paid can pay its HP to add more damage based on the amount of temp HP paid. This creature gains temp HP based on 20% of damage dealt by fire and or ether. Fire and yeah, I don't think and or, because if you say or, that means there's a fire ether type move. I think end is understandable enough. It's not that confusing. I'm getting confused and putting that in ether type moves. Okay. This creature gains nature. Okay. Ooh. Now, looks like it may reduce even further. Reduce to 10. There you go. And we're gonna be reduced to 10. Alright. So, fire. So we have defense to do. No. Fire ingenuity. This creature. Oh, sorry. Okay, so what is the wording? There you go. It's long. This is your default one. I think this is the one that people will not like if they get this passive, and it's fine. That's the idea of it. It's the generic one. Oh, this creature is above 80 HP. It's moves cost 1 less mana. Okay. No, nope. Nice. So we got its passive. Now time for its stats. Again, the primary stat is gonna be the move that I still need to think of. We'll get that sorted out. Once we have there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So, what do we have? What are we talking about here? So, how much HP does Foratoys have? Foratoys is going to be our baseline because it's going to be the tanky. Okay, so 525. It's not as tanky as a Foratoys, of course, so I'm going to give it an HP of... Let's give it 200. Just flat. 201. 201. Let's give it 201. Alright. 201 HP. I'm gonna give it a negative 6 power. Start off as negative 6. DR is not gonna be that tough, so 19 at least. Energy, yeah, it is an ether type, so they are very energy demanding. Or rather, yeah, they are energy demanding, so let's give it a starting 39, yeah. Is it too much? How much is... Oh yeah, that is too much, because good old Foratoy starts with 20 something, so yeah, 29 then. 29. Good bad. Speed is not gonna be its strongest point, so you're gonna be a 42. 15 MD, yeah, that's good. Max Glyphs is 17. No, you're gonna be 21. 22. Let's go 22. Alright. There you go. So just get to my sometimes helpful, most of the time annoying companion. Oh look, my full name. Nice. Thank you for doxing me. Alright. So this is its level 1 stat line. Give me its level 50. Should I put in a clarification that 50 is not the max level? 50 is not the max level. You can go as high as you want. 50 is just the baseline for me. 1, 4, 2, 6, 18, 35. Oh, not bad. 35. 35, 18, and I don't remember. See, that's how it's 1, 4, 2, 6, 38. 1, 4, 2, 6, 38. Speed is 66. Alright, 66. Glyph upgrade capacity is 38. Okay. Not bad. 38. And I'll be back. I'm gonna grab something to snack on while I think about its moves. Give me a few moments. Meantime, enjoy looking at Alderon. Alderon. And we are back. Where were we? Okay. What would be the move? The unique move for our good friend here. Of course, I can make it like that. Because any of these can be moves, actually. Any of those can be a move. But what would be your unique move? Is it gonna be an attack move? I'm thinking more of a defensive move. Yeah, I'm thinking more of a defensive move for this one. For its unique attack. Because we already have a couple of... Yeah, we already have a couple of offensive moves. So you know what? Let's do a twist. Let's go on for a defensive move for our Alderon. So what would be its defensive move, right? It's better going to be a retaliatory move where it gets hit and just strikes back. There's already a couple of moves like that. If I give it a move that gives it temporary HP, it's going to boost this one significantly, and I don't want that. Right? The other thing I can do is have the move to be modal, where it depends on its passive. But if I'm going to do that, it has to be, the passive should be interchangeable, right? So you can choose whichever effect the move is going to be, because otherwise there's no real point on having the move like that. So move. We're gonna go for a defensive move. Of course, it has something to do with the armor, or it could be a domain move that creates an object, right? That could work too, because it has these two giant maces. Alright, I could do... Actually, yes, we could do that. Volcanesis. Volcanesis. Okay, how do you spell telekinesis? Telekinesis. How do you spell that? Okay. Telekinesis. Okay. So this is how it's spelled. So we're gonna do that. Fuck off. So volcanesis. Right. It's Nessis, actually. It's pronounced Nesis, but it's Nessis. Volcanesis. Okay. It's a 5-mana. The fire? Ether. It's an ether type. It's an ether defense move. Is it a domain move? Is it a domain move? It should be. It's a domain move. Yeah, okay. Let's make it a domain move. Domain. Okay, no damage. Create. So at first. Yeah, okay, let's do that. Okay. Create. So if that's the case, this thing should cost like 7 mana. Okay, 7 mana, create. You'll see what I mean later, why I upped it to 7. Create a object called a Carrick. Volcano Fist. Let's do that. Okay. That object has this creature's an object base. Its power, speed, that object has 120, 100 HP. Its base, its speed on this creature. No DR for these objects. And has this ability. Okay. Sure. This object can be used to when a non-wide tag move is used against creature you control. Okay. Creature you control, you can have that to hit this object instead. Okay. Other than that, it has this move. This. It also has this move. Sorry, Sinking. I'll rename. Actually, I don't think I need a name for the move, to be honest. Yeah, I don't think I need a name for it. Yeah, it's this move. Oh. Crash. Is it a 0 mana? That is a good question. That is a good question. Because, yeah, he is using it to smash. Right? So he is manipulating it, so... 1 mana. Fire. Attack. Damage. There you go. Additionally, for 4 rounds, this move costs 2 less mana. There you go. Nice. That's it. Volcanesis is done. Alright. With that, I need to pull the almighty move list so we can add it. Because apparently I'm forgetting. Oh, fuck off. Get away from here. See? I'm forgetting. Wait a minute. Where's laser beam? Oh, because yeah, that's why. Alright, that scared me for a bit. Fire. Domain, defense, domain, 7 mana, Volcanesis, Volcanesis, it's an ether type, there you go, okay, nice. Okay, level up moves. Level up moves. What are we talking about here? Should I put in a basic fire move? Yes, you should. Give it flare. Four fire 40. 4 fire 40. 4 fire attack 40 damage. Oh, that's the level 1. Okay. Level 2, it gets hardened up. Level 3, it gets, let's give it a Eater type. A Eater slash, no. No, Eater lance. Eater lance. Level 5, you get recuperation. No. That's too early. We're gonna give him that. Energy shield. Nope. Too early. An artifice move. Ooh, kinetic armor is a good one. Kinetic armor. 7 to cast. I mean, level 7. Repair mode, ravishing gun. Okay, trample. Yeah, let's go trample, why not? Yep, trample it is. Trample. There you go. Level 9, let's give it resilience. Okay, level 12. You get another fire move. Let's give it seared. Level 15. You get Inferno. Just right away fucking give it Inferno. Flamethrower, yeah, let's give it that. Too early, but you know what? It's fine. Level 19, and let's give it Eater slash. Okay, level 22. Let's give it another one. Power transfer. And I go, no problem, Denisium. Appreciate you stopping by. You take care, okay? And good evening, I think. Good early morning. Good midnight, wherever you may be. Take care now, okay? Okay, where am I? Shed armor. No, we're going for. Yeah, power transfer would be a good one. Power transfer. Okay. 26. You get a unique fire defense move. Fire belly. It's a 4. Oh fuck. Why did I do it here? Should be here. All moves. Wait, did I put Volcanesis here? No, not yet. Okay, so let's copy that. Okay, Fire Belly. It's a fire type. It's 4. Defense move. Again, fire. Fire. Alright. There you go. this creature loses 20% its current HP, gains 20% power. Yeah, power. No, 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 no. Percent power and plus 3 energy. Energy stat boost. There you go. That's very unique. For the rest of the round of combat, yeah. Fire belly. 29. You get rest. No. Flame jet. Let's go with flame jet. And 35. You get unweave. No, mana burn, mana burn, mana burn, mana burn. Let's get mana burn. Yeah, let's get the burn. 41. You get restoration. 47. You get inferno. And 50. Arcane Apex. There you go. Nice. Alright. So let's go ahead and set up its learn moves. Move tutor moves next. Move tutor moves. Alright. Next is it's gonna be where's the artifice? Armor smash and laser beam. No, not armor smash. Shed armor. I think it's called shed armor. Yeah, it's shed armor. Laser beam. Let's give it a tectonic wave. And tectonic wave and sculpt. Tectonic wave. Sculpt. Itemize. Okay. Yeah, flame wave. Magma crash. Oh, I did not give it stoke. Shit. Oh. Flame wave. And magma crash. There you go. Yeah, let's give it minus Energy draw and energy shield. Energy draw, energy shield, and energy. Energy shield and mana bomb. No, mind crush. There you go. Okay, nice. What else we got here? So that's done. Let's go ahead and make the... what was next after the moves? Ah, the experience table and the resist table. Seems easy. You're gonna be just like Parachoice. I think Parachoice is like 500 something. Where is the Parachoice? Or Fortoise as the AI loves to call it. Which I kinda do love it. I kinda like it because it does roll off the tongue, but that's not how it is. It's Fortoise. Sorry. Okay. Okay, nice. And its typing is going to be a fire eater type, so let's get that set up. Resist table for a fire eater type. And what do we get? Drum roll, please. Oh my god, it's taking forever. It is actually taking forever. AI is getting confused again. Why must you always annoy me? Okay, so fire, negative, ether, yeah, they resist. Artifice, yeah, verdant, yes, mythical. Wait, does ether resist mythical? That is a good question. Let me just double check that. I don't think ether resists mythical. Yeah, it's getting confused again. I have to tell it what to do again. I have to spoon feed the fucking thing because that's how unreliable it is. Because yeah, mythical when hitting a fire type is not resist. It's getting confused with Fey. Oh my god. Redo the game order. Fire does not resist mythical. Mythical, yeah, mythical. Ay, why are you so dumb? It gets easily confused with the simplest of tables. Here, yeah, you're right. Essence weakness, Fey weakness. Weakness for swarmer types, yep. Earth, yeah, for fire. Water for fire, yep. Because yeah, ether resists these, so we're good with that. Where's mythical? Neutral, okay. Yes, whatever, just fuck you. Okay, I don't need to do the ascension line anymore since this is the very end of the line. So we are going immediately to the creature profile. There you go. And with that, I think I am... Because we're gonna do some drawings here for our good old for our good old Alderon. Right? We're gonna draw him doing things. And I have some ambitious drawings with this guy. Because we're gonna draw him in a... not really combat scenario, but him front facing. This part here is actually hiding his face. So we only get to see the full armor. The full etherized armor showing up, because this thing usually hides his face. You don't usually get to see the Alderon. It's usually hidden. Right, so we'll get that. I'll draw that. And the other one is, well, I don't need to draw the whole thing without the shell. We'll do another drawing. We'll see. Think about that. Maybe it's him manipulating the environment or something. Yeah, that's something we can do, definitely. But yes, in the meantime, I think I'll call it a day because I have things to do. I need to edit my friend's video. I need to collect the clips for that. So I'll get to that, and I'll go ahead and work on this offline once I'm done with that. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. But I highly recommend you like and sub, so you'll never ever ever miss a stream. You'll always catch up with the latest updates. I do post them every now and then. You can always check the streams, the previous streams on the playlist. They're always there, always available. Never gonna remove them. Not anymore. So yes, go ahead and like that sub. Help this burb reach 500. The more people sub on the channel, the more I see there's interest with the project, and that will help me out eventually very, very much. Again, I appreciate everyone here, the lurkers, Elysium, all you all have a lovely one. Okay, I'll see you guys next time. Toodle-loos for now.